Hello, hello. Welcome. How is everyone doing? I see we have Justin's here. Paul is here. Hello. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Um, organizing the kids and just debriefing the night before coming on to the stream. Justin and Paul having a back and forth. Drafting already. Rob's here. Hello. Hello. Evening, Sandra. Adam, welcome. Sandra's been trying to list today, but eBay was stuffing around. Not gonna be here for long tonight unless I draft and comp a few days off and non-stop people coming around and calling in and tasks to catch up on. That's the shift life, isn't it? And Clint's here. What up? Fist bump. Toby's here watching some anime with his brother. We'll join in later. Sounds good. Sounds good. We've started watching the One Piece live action series. So far, so good. Quite impressed with how it's turned out. Blondie is here. Hello. Bonnie. Bonnie is new. Hello, Bonnie. How did you... Whereabouts in the world are you, and how did you hear about this? Let us know. Dave's here. Hello. The creator. No idea what that is. Elaborate. Andrew's here. Hello. Episode 1000 of One Piece. Rob saying I sold a One Piece DVD collection. Good money. Yep, it's all the vogue right now. Goblin's here. Hello, welcome. The creator, sci-fi movie. I'm gonna check it out. Oh. Interesting. So it's like sci-fi action thriller, future war between human race and forces of artificial intelligence. Justin's been moving One Piece trading cards. How many of you guys got it on the chess pieces when Queen's Gambit was on Netflix? You made it. You made it for a live stream. So Saris, is that how I pronounce your name? So she's been wanting to make it to one of the live streams, and she's always been part of the rewatch crew. And tonight she's here for a live stream. So this is super awesome. Welcome. Whereabouts in Australia are you? Let us know. I feel like lots of people. I feel like there are people in the community who already know who you are. I know nothing about trading cards apart from their cardboard and flames, water, and people hurt them. So you're in Newcastle-ish. Also, what do you mean by getting? Well, so people, chess pieces were more chess sets and chess pieces were sold on eBay during the time when the Queen's Gambit came out on Netflix because everyone just wanted to figure out how to play chess and start playing chess. And then you started seeing the algorithm start pushing more channels of like those chess hustlers in like the parks in New York, and then you had like European people showing up, like people in parks in Russia and Germany and whatever, just like sitting down playing chess with each other. Yeah, chess was a thing for a while. Mandy is here. Hello, 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 hello. We have 17 people so far. Not bad. Not bad. The energy is good. Who's had a good week of sales? Mine have been okay. Not fantastic, but steady. Steady. Sold a $480 manga set today. Wow. 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 All right. Books that go for like books that goes for, $700, I still struggle to wrap my head around because, and I think that's something like all of us, if we are not gonna spend that kind of money, we struggle to wrap our heads around that kind of money. Shoes that go into the thousands, I can wrap my head around, but books that go into the hundreds, I still struggle with. That's so cool. That's so cool. Will you tell us what manga it was? You don't have to. If you don't want to, you just go in the chat, and we will all just still celebrate. Everyone's face will be like this, going. That's an awesome win. Will chess get cool ever? When I was a kid, you'd get beaten up for liking comics and video games. Not everyone wears pop culture stuff. Isn't that strange? Hey, Paul. Like, yeah. I mean, back when we were kids, if you wore Disney past a certain age, people thought you were just weird and dorky. Now everyone wants to have some sort of pop culture thing. Yeah. Sandra saying not good, but I've been slack. That's fair. We know that uh what you put in is what you get out, right? Justin says it's been crazy. Alex Hart. Hello, Alex. Welcome. This is Alex Hart, South Australia. Prospect Alex. Liv is here. Hello, Liv. Hey, Liv. Whereabouts in Australia are you, by the way? Andrew says, been very busy, sold nothing in a week. Sold nothing in a week? That's rough. What's your how big's your store at the moment? What are you doing to, get you some activity? Are you doing stuff on your store, either revising listings, sending offers, replying to messages, doing all of that and still no sales? That's pretty, well, I wouldn't say unusual. If it was a small store, not unusual. Biggish store, then it would be unusual. Yeah. Alex says good memory. Nah, dude, Rolodex. This is the Rolodex at the moment. Well, I'll make it bigger. You guys can see what I'm doing. So I'm updating like the Rolodex here. So this is it. So I was like, ooh, I know this name's on the list. It's like Alex. Yes. See, we're making progress here. I think I've missed something. Sari said it was called I Don't Have Many Friends set 1 to 12. Haganai. I don't have many friends. Oh, wow. That's so cool. Thank you for sharing that with us. That's awesome. For those who came just now, Flip Fox Finds just sold a manga set for $480. And everyone was like, wow, because it is a very wow thing. All Styles here. Hello, hello. Liv is Brizzy-ish. English translation of a Japanese set. My kids all play chess, and I bought my boy a special set for his 21st. Cool. So Andrew saying he hasn't had a sale in a week. Listing every day, refining listings, still not selling international, low. Mainly listing DVDs, as that's the thing I have most of. Had a bulk lot of around 400 DVDs I'm getting through. Got it. Whereabouts are they in terms of price point? Are they, $10 and above free ship? Are they $20 and above free ship? Or are they like lower end stuff that you really should be bundling? What's the mix are we looking at? And why not sell internationally? What's the hesitation? Let us help you, because I'll do a poll. We did one last time. Clint's asking, do you promote listings, and if so, what percentage? I'll pop the chat out. I'm gonna do a poll. How many of you ship internationally? I will start the poll. I'm very curious to know how many of you guys actually ship internationally. Hey! The legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Bolt Finds is here. How are you, James? Doing well? For those of you guys who don't know, follow James's YouTube channel. He's in the UK. They do lots of car boot sales. But you get, if you want to, if you're stuck for variety of what to sell, his channel gives you a lot of variety. And the reason I love James's channel is because he doesn't embellish the things he picks up. That's the impression I get anyway. Some people, when they pick up something, they'll only show you the best of the best. For him, he shows you the middle, sometimes even the lower end stuff. So I think it's like when you watch stuff people pick up, you get an idea of what I want from you when you watch a video of a sourcing video is, do I want to dabble in that category or not? Does that category make sense to me or not? The last thing I want is for you to watch something and go, that feels too good to be true, because then it doesn't give you a gauge of the category at all. I feel like James's videos is very category gaugey. So yeah, give him a follow if you guys haven't watched his stuff yet. And all good, keeping me company while I edit a new video. Well, I'm glad you can join us. And if you hear any questions, you want to join in and share an opinion, feel free to do that too. You're a wealth of knowledge. Rob says international market is amazing for media. Yeah, Andrew, Rob does DVDs as well, so should totally get on it. Flip Fox Fine says, I'm moving a heap of my DVDs now. I moved them to free post because I'm getting out of them. That's fair. There are definitely some in the category who feel like it's no longer a category they want to scale up, but rather scale out of. I haven't set up policies and stuff. Does my head in? Yes, promote at 3%. Got it. Yeah, look, you don't have to set up policies per se, although you can. I mean, granted, unless you're selling so many DVDs that are such that a buyer will likely buy multiples, if you've got those one-offs that people will buy even if they're overseas because they can't find it overseas, and you can tell when you go on eBay and you look for comps, right? You'll be able to see, okay, there's a copy in the UK, there's a copy in the US, there's a copy in Singapore, and then you're the only other one, right? If you're one of 4 copies listed in the whole world, someone will pay shipping for it if they really want it in their country. and you may end up shipping to somewhere obscure like Ukraine, or you might end up shipping to Israel or Japan or whatever. But the point being is, especially if you have a band 5 discount, you'll end up making more money because the saving from the shipping ends up covering the fee for the DVD. So it's almost like a no-brainer to turn it on. Postage policies only come in when you want to combine shipping if someone buys multiple international. So for example, if let's say if you don't have combined postage set up for international and someone buys 5 DVDs, then yes, if you're charging $30 shipping per DVD, they'll have to pay $150, then you refund them after the fact. So that's an inconvenience. But you could easily add, you could easily do it as $30 flat rate shipping for a DVD, and then when with each additional one, you could just say add $5. In which case, then when they buy 5, they end up paying $30 plus 20, so it's $50 of shipping. You can choose not to refund them; it's up to you, but it's less of an inconvenience. So that's really what it comes down to. And I think the moment you open up international shipping, the algorithm for some reason starts showing your listings more to the overseas buyers as well. Because I sell stuff internationally that I feel I should have no reason moving to an international buyer. The local buyers buy it, but somehow these buyers still see it. So yeah, should definitely do it. Paul saying DVDs should do very well over the next few months, so load them up. Yep. Prices range around the $7 to the $195 for DVDs. Oh man, you should definitely set up international shipping. Do it. Mandy Goy, I literally started shipping internationally this week. I'm adding it to new listings just to see how it goes. I've added it to only 20 and sold one in Canada already. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? This gives me so much joy. This gives me so much joy because it makes sense, right? When you make something available to a bigger market, is it no surprise that you sell something, right? Right. And it's like, and I think that's the thing. People go, the shipping is a barrier because it's more expensive. But you're also, if you think of a bell curve, right? If you're used to seeing a bell curve for the local buyers, and you go, this section is so small, you bell curve the whole world, that's a very small section still. You multiply it by the fact that you have the only person who has the item. It makes sense to say, surely someone will pay the shipping. And usually someone does. And I think that's it. Most of us who sell internationally feel that, we know that, and it's real. Because when there's an international buyer in Thailand who wants to buy a toy or a book or a video, or whatever it is, a dress, a jacket, there's a very good chance the only one available is the one that you're selling, because you're the only person who has made it available. So they've gone, surely someone will make one available, and you go, surely someone will pay the shipping, and then it matches, and it's a marriage made in heaven. And then the best part, usually no issues, right? Talking very loudly. Just so you guys know, with the poll, 73% of you do international, which means out of the 30 of you that are here, which by the way, like the video, and if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you like the videos, give it a thumbs up. It pushes in the algorithm. Where was I? Yes. So out of 30 of you, there are just under 10 of you who don't do international. Small number, but I feel like you guys should all do it. Just turn it on. If you get a sale, go to the post office, figure out how to ship it. And if you don't know how to ship it, let us know. And if you feel like there are any concerns or you are afraid that it's going to be a scam, whatever, talk it out with the community, because the other 20 plus of us who do it have not thought of not doing it, because they're usually the easier sales. And they're usually the sales that, and you usually get repeat buyers. That's the best part, right? If somebody is willing to pay a higher price to buy from you and do it over and over and over again, and if you tell them to combine shipping, they still don't, they just buy it once off, but they come back every other week. That's a boost. That confirms to you that it's a thing as opposed to that it's not a thing. All right, back to the chat. Great reaction video to Tekken Sports. You did very well done. I did hear that Disney won't be bringing DVDs out to Oz. Anyone else heard this? Yeah, I heard about that. James says transparency is key to me. We see eye to eye on that, and that's why I think we enjoy each other's company. The manga set went to the States. Fees hurt, but more customers. Yep. What was your investment in the set, if you don't mind us asking? And did you make money in the shipping? That's the next question. Well done, Mandy, for extending yourself. Jody is here. Hello. Mandy trying to level up. Indeed. And you know what the best part about it is? Is the fact that, there was a time when you needed to be this big international company to be able to ship things internationally. And now, thanks to eBay, humble you, Mandy, humble me, John, humble all of us. We're in our little homes and we're putting things in the post box, right? And it's going across the world to someone who wants an item that we have. Blows my mind. James has a new channel. Subscribe if you like true crime. Oh. Sold 50 items this week and 8 went internationally. I sell women's clothes. See? Amazing. Out of my last video, when I did packing yesterday, it was out of 47, 8 of them went internationally. Pia's here. Hello. Justin says 70% of my sales in the last week were international. Nice. Sup, Jake? Just turned on international with $150 flat rate postage. You'd be surprised. Okay, maybe don't do that. You'll be surprised, yes, but I'd rather you get more sales than have that one surprise. Surely someone will pay $150. People do, okay? People do. But you want to do it in such a way that you have information that you can work with to then repeat, right? Because like a $10 DVD with $150 of postage is not a rinse and repeat model, but 10 and 30 probably is. Which region do you sell most of? Region 4. Pia loving international orders. Those of you who have just arrived, there is a poll currently running as do you do international shipping? Vote on it if you haven't already. I'd love to hear the number. Andrew is like, okay, cool, definitely get onto it. Yeah. Done. Let us know how you go. Do you guys not have GSP there? No, we don't. And I feel like we don't want it either, based on what we've heard. So for those of you guys who don't know, GSP is Global Shipping Program. Essentially, you ship to a central place in the States, for example, you ship to this center in Kentucky. They then repackage it and send it wherever in the world. Because of the extra handling, the shipping is more expensive. But eBay knows something that we don't know, which is the fact that, eBay knows something that most of us don't know, but some of us do know, which is that an international buyer will usually be willing to pay more shipping to get an item because they desire the item. So eBay understands that. So for us to charge, $30 of shipping, if you do global shipping program, it ends up being like 45. But the thing is, once you ship to that sorting center, your job is done, which means that if the buyer wants to initiate a return, they send it back to eBay, and that's it. Like, you're done. That there's nothing else for you to do if you fulfilled all your duties, so to speak. But if it's damaged, if there's an INAD, then eBay doesn't send the item back to you. They actually destroy it, or they do whatever they want with it. So where normally you'd send an item overseas, they then want to return it to you. You hope to get the item back to resell. That dynamic doesn't happen with global shipping program. So I don't like the fact that it's higher fees. I don't have as much control, but I understand why it's nice for some people, especially if they want to scale up and not think about it, so that they're shipping everything as if it's local. So I get the appeal. They might do it in Australia, but I feel like we're too small of a country for them to do it in Australia. Whereas I think in the UK, you guys are a lot more connected. Your geographical landscape is more similar to the States, where everything is kind of connected to everything else and all the neighboring countries. Whereas in Australia, to do something like that, the person in WA would have to the cost for the WA seller will be a lot higher for eBay than say they probably put it somewhere between Sydney and Melbourne. Let's just call it what it is, right? And everybody else just has to bear that cost to kind of get it to here. And so I feel like it's not as easy to do. Yeah. But yes, that is a thing in significantly denser countries like the US and the UK. Steelbook games pop up overseas. Yep. I've always shipped internationally, even during COVID. I didn't turn it off. I've never had any issues. So easy and wider audience. I sell maybe 2 to 5 a week internationally. Yep. See? Mr. Roberts. Hello. Jody had heaps of listings last week, but had a donut weekend. That's all right. Refine your listings. Price it competitively. Don't do the hopeful price. Do the price that you know it will move at. And once you get more sales, hopefully that pushes your whole store And then as you refine your listing selections, you can probably get a higher price point as well. Grumpy Granny has an excellent tutorial on international shipping. Yep. Go watch it if you haven't already. I have Doris Day bundles, Three Stooges, Laurel and Hardy, some real old DVDs. Crap, I've never heard of. Australia doing about 10 international sales a week. Bought over 50 sets for $100. They are all listed at value of over 4,000. Whoa! That was my second set that went live this week. Made about $10 postage. Q. Brandon confirming Disney exiting out of DVDs in Australia. Do I ship same or next day? For me, it's next day because I get a lot of extra orders. I usually get people buying one item, and then after that, they consult their kids, and then they buy more items the next day. So what I realized was, by having 2-day handling, I actually get larger orders because you guys know that I niche down to get that larger order. So I may sell a toy car for $2 to $10, but I want that 10 car order. So by giving the buyer time to mull over the fact that the item hasn't shipped yet, they usually increase their order, and I just end up refunding them the little bit of postage that they pay for the second order. So that's why I do it that way. I've noticed I don't make more money doing same day or next day in my category. I can understand how you would. And even with baby clothes, we notice the same thing. Like there will be moms who are like, oh, by the way, can we please add this? Oh, do you have this? Do you have that? So it's that whole, like, once they're in shopping mode, they want to maximize and add more. And I think it's partially because the store is an experience. So they generally have seen stuff. They've watched a bunch of stuff. We've sent them offers as well. So that's important because we've gone, by the way, you like this, you haven't bought it, but here's like a limited time offer. You can get it 48 hours, right? So it's all that kind of coming together. The send offer, the store being, very niche to a category. The photos are such that it's a browsing experience. I take 15 photos of a Hot Wheels car, right? That's overkill, but it's the experience. All that coming together, 2-day shipping, tends to lead to that, 8 to 10 car order. Yeah, but that's my strategy. Octo holds my Skylanders hostage. If I have any issues, I'll hit you up, John. Cool. I'll come back. I'm here to photo 50 items and list them all. Awesome. I'll take that as the let's go to start the timer once we finish the chat. Michelle's going, what paperwork needs to go international package? I've watched Gigi's video, but don't know what papers go with the parcel. Okay, so if you do it on My Post Business, it prints out a single A4 sheet that you just sign. But if you go to the post office, there's like a carbon copy thing you have to manually fill out. So do it on My Post is significantly easier. And all it really comes down to is if you're shipping in a satchel, that A4 piece of paper folds in half and it becomes like A5. Slot it into the pocket, seal it off, and that's it. If you ship to places that have multiple copies, so for example, like Mexico, a couple of the European countries, some of the Asian countries, they'll print out multiple copies. You'll then need to cut them up so that you have, if let's say it prints out 2 copies of your copy, customs copy, and it multiplies that, you actually have to cut them out so you've got 4 copies that are separate and put them in the pocket so that as it stops over at various custom stops, they can pull out one by one. Sometimes if you don't do that, they might send it back to you because you haven't complied with their, office. Doesn't always happen, sometimes they'll let it through, but you get the idea. So it's really just an A4 piece of paper that you have to print and sign. So it's not a label, it's not a sticky label. Michelle, you are new. Where are you from? Let us know. Because we have another Michelle, and you're not that Michelle. So are you in Australia? Are you overseas? You don't need to do separate customs form if you use My Post Business. Yep. That's what we said. Sick little one. Oh, well, thanks for joining us and sharing with us your good news. This is what the sessions are like. I'm kind of bummed you didn't get to join us with the actual listing part of it. But yeah, if you do want to join, pop back in, you can. If you can't go to sleep, that is. We'll be going to about 1-ish, 2. Rob's talking aggressive promotion. So promoted listings, coupons, markdown sales, co-funded coupons, newsletters, marketing tab is your friend. Yep. eBay has a lot of tools. Just be mindful of not running too many things on top of each other, because especially if they're percentage based, because you might end up with no profit. That's one of the things that a lot of the sellers don't understand. They just tick all these boxes, select all the recommended percentages. Next thing they know, they're not making any money. So please know your numbers before you go and stack it all up. Justin, that was my wife in your store. 35 items in a watch list. Well, I'm glad she appreciated it. I'm glad. So many Disney DVDs in my own collection, as I'm a big Disney fan. Went to this. Michelle's in Sydney, watch but don't comment often. Well, welcome. Thanks for commenting. And I think with that, Toby's given us a let's go. So I'm going to start a timer. If you're new here, essentially, there'll be a timer somewhere on the screen. We'll go for 30 minutes, we'll list, and then when the timer rings, we'll come back and talk. So obviously the chat can still run. It's a place of connection. It is the community part of this session. I won't be talking for 30 minutes, so I'll be getting work done. So the idea is if you want to get work done, focus work done, knowing that we can all come back and talk, that's the idea. And if you stay for like 2 hours, we usually get 3 cycles in which case then if you do 10 drafts in half an hour, you get 30 drafts done. And if you join for 2 sessions a week and it's 50 drafts, 60 drafts a week, and that's what you normally do, then that should hopefully give you, I guess, that peace of mind that, you've got a set time to do it rather than having to pick times when it's convenient for you. And we all know that listing can be a bit of a drag, especially if we leave it to the last minute or as like the last thing we do in the day, especially on big days. So let's go. And and that's the timer. How are we doing? How is everybody doing? All right, let's look at the chat. Where are we at? Last there was Toby says put a red light the front of your house with a sign saying sexy eBay store times for sales also. Anything for a sale, Toby. Anything for a sale. Make sure you go to the post office and they will automatically put you on band 3 for a month. Yep. Can you still do promotions if you don't have a store? I think you need a store for promotions. Yes, press the like button. Please do. We've gone from 30 people to 20 since we started doing work. I'm a bit concerned. We want the 30 people to stay and get work done. If anyone photos more things than me in the next 30 minutes, I'll send them a free hat. Love the enthusiasm. So I plan to get a store at some point, but doing all this on a pension, so things are moving slower. Understood. Well, your fees will be lower with the store. I mean, if you have a store, well, look, I'm not going to say that I know this for a fact, but there is definitely a conspiracy theory out there that if you have a store, you'll get more views than without a store. eBay denies it because it would be detrimental to them to say get a store to get more traffic because they want it to be more about the items, right? But I feel like those of us who have had a store versus those who don't have a store will definitely say we get more sales with a store. So that's, I guess, the support for the fact that for the theory that if you have a store, you get more traffic. Could be worth trying for a couple of months to see how you go. I mean, considering a basic store is like $25 a month, if it means that you get more sales, it should cover if you get 2 more sales and it covers the fee and it proves the point and it opens you up to promotions, it's worth it, right? Op shop, Jody says, I've taken 1,000 photos this week, trying to really push yourself to list. I love it. Well done, Jody. Well done. Mandy's still eating dinner. Of course. You're forgiven for being in WA. Sandra's falling asleep. Jody says, I've done nearly 300 listings in the last 2 weeks doing punishment for my shopping sins. I know that punishment is language that has become current because of Mel and tech. And I get where it's coming from, that, as humans, we tend to like, okay, if I say to you, list your items and you'll make money, you'll be like, yeah, I get it. And I don't really want to do it. But if I say list your items or you're going to feel shame for buying those things, we avoid negativity and we try and run away from it. So that's the push that's intended. But once again, if you need to use wording that gets you to do things, not wording that makes you feel bad not doing things. You know what I mean? I don't like the word punishment doesn't work for me. Maybe it's the Asian upbringing. Everything was a punishment. So therefore, I'm more motivated by building. If I can see that I'm going to build something consistently that allows me to then further build, that motivates me much more to get out of bed, to not take naps, to push through the night, to keep building. So obviously, I guess the point of all this is to find language that helps you to build and to do, rather than language that in the short term, it's not nice running away from dogs all the time. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. That's my 2 cents on the whole punishment thing. It works for some people, it doesn't work for some people. Some people hear the word punishment, they just, why bother? If it has that effect, pick a different word. Sorry, John. Yep, John agrees. Great effort with the listings. You say punishment, but this can only mean great reward. This is my first session since moving into the new place, and gosh, it's good having a proper space set up again. Proper space is good. I'm actually the part of the garage overhaul is that I want to start doing this listing live stream, hopefully downstairs as well during the daytime, because daytime up here feels weird, like with the window and the lighting and all that. I kind of want a different space. So I want to set up downstairs to be more video friendly. At the moment, there are no good angles down there. In short. Champs, hello. How many photos did Pete do? I've done 21. I've done 21 listings so far. So I do my photos in batches. Hopefully get another 100 done tonight. I've heard that as well. Those without a store get less. I've had a store since July 1st this year, and I've seen 280% increase in traffic. I know not all of that is from going over to a store, but it definitely helps. Yep. It's not punishment, it's necessity. If that word works for you, Clint, necessity. Yes. Looking at international shipping, do I do AusPost International Standard? Yeah, AusPost, if you're sending it via Australia Post, do it also, then select Australia Post Standard, but you must ship it with the service that you choose. So obviously, if you select Australia Post and then you get a sale, and then the sale ends up being an expensive one, and you find that it's cheaper to send via a courier, you have to still choose Australia Post because the turnaround times are estimated by the sender. So therefore, by the carrier. So therefore, if you put Australia Post in your listing, use a different one to save money, the item is late, the person files a claim, it ends up not actually being sent the way you said it would, you will lose that case automatically. So yeah, that's the only thing to be mindful of. Most of us just use Australia Post because if it's a DVD, like in your case, anything under, I'm being very careful how I say this, anything under 2 kilos, Australia Post is the cheapest if you're on band 3 and upwards. That's my experience. Once you go into the 4-5 kilo category, couriers can be cheaper depending on the country. Under 500 grams can be cheaper with a courier and also faster with a courier. Yes. But once again, it's also anecdotal because there are just so many hands that touch the thing between you and the other person's country, that you cannot ever really make a blanket statement. Everything I say is based on my experience. Your experience may vary. And oftentimes when we have conversations around international postage, we will find that you will hear someone say, well, I use DHL, and I'll be like, I don't even use DHL. Well, DHL works for me. And that's pretty much where the conversation ends. The only thing we agree upon is open the international gates, make more sales. That's all we agree upon. As to the carrier, by user. Accountability is the word. Yes. In karate, words used it's more of a reward. When you do something bad, you are rewarded with push-ups to make you stronger. I don't like punishment either. Great idea, just not a great term. Yes, I agree. Quindles then, hello. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. Here to do some listing, hopefully, as well. The numbers are back up to 26. It's funny, we were at 30 when we started the half hour. At the end of the half hour, when we were all supposed to be doing work and coming back, it was 20. Now we're back up to 26 for the chat. Jody, I'm changing my wording, then getting ready for some awesome sales. Positivity, man. Look, positivity works for some, doesn't work for some. Like I said, pick the one that works for you because we want to make progress. I suppose certainly easier for me since I'm in a small town. Awesome. Thanks, man. Really. Cool. Glad to know. Let's start another session. We did talk a lot at the start, so somebody give me a let's go, and we'll start another 30 minutes. Whilst the engines are warm. Thank you, Justin. Whoop, whoop. All right. Sitting on 42 listings at the moment, so I'm pretty happy with that. Doing pretty good pace. Where are we at in the chat? So Andrew's gonna try international shipping. Feel way more comfortable about it now. It's amazing, isn't it? When more people do it, you go, yeah. Especially when it's like, and that's the thing. Depending on the environment, when you come into a place like this where everybody wants to make something happen, as opposed to try and believe that something shouldn't happen. You go to a Facebook group, you talk about international shipping, all the people are like, I don't do it, used to do it, pain in the ass, da 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 da, was a headache, didn't like doing the returns. It's like people who tried something, got burned, and didn't figure out why it didn't work, waiting for a chance to put in their 2 cents because they want to be right. Facebook, you get lots of that. You come into a place like this where everyone wants to figure out how to add more to their business, and you'll find that the pole shifts in the opposite direction. You'll get, here's how I do it, here's how I do it, here's how I do it, here's how it works. And I love that just by having this conversation in the chat and myself all together, you feel more comfortable already. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's the win for tonight. I don't care how many listings I do. That's tonight's win. Andrew, you can get an idea of the international postage rates based on regions in the PDF on the Australia Post website. Yes. And add a few dollars handling charges to cover international sales fees. Yep. You can or not, depending on how you feel comfortable. And I can tell you a high flat rate like $50 postage on a DVD will limit your sales. For example, if you can ship a DVD to Singapore for $15, yes, that's right. USA is around $20 or less, depending on your postage band. Yep. And if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed, maybe start with a few country zones and see how you go. USA, Canada, New Zealand, Asia. Yep. That's what I think I'll do. I agree with Retro Ranger. Plus, you can set up flat rate postage policies and just adjust it to required when increases occurs. Yes, I do everything the international ship except to Russia, Brazil. Just make sure you get the weight and size right. 24 listings so far for me, taking it a bit easier tonight, it seems. I smashed out photos and listings yesterday. Love being back into routine. Yes. Anthony just sold a 4 DVD set to the USA. Whoop, 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 whoop. Well, Anthony, can you beat Flip Fox Fine's 12 manga book set for $480 to the States? That's today's highlight. John Roberts saying, Andrew, with DVDs, be very clear with what region the DVDs are in the headings, description, even condition, then you are covered. Yes, because different regions play different. If the DVD is the wrong region, then they can't play it, and then it's an automatic return refund. with international shipping, what I do is anything under 500 grams, I just do a flat rate of $29. There are some places that will go up to $39, but because of the Band 5 discount, and most of my parcels go to the really cheaper, the cheaper areas. Like New Zealand costs New Zealand is like $9 to New Zealand is essentially $9 to ship to for under 500 grams with a Band 5 discount for me. And then the States is like $16, the UK is like $18, but it's still flat 29. So for the flat 29, I'm willing to cop the loss on the ones going to Brazil for $33 with the discount, Chile, $33. I think when it goes to like Israel, it's like $35. I'm willing to cop those losses because I make so much money on the other regions anyways. So I think that's what Quindle's there is talking about. You get a feel for the regions eventually, and you get a feel for which regions love shopping with you. Because all of the biggest question mark for the decision is the category. Some categories do very well in Asian countries. Some categories do very well in Western countries. European countries, you don't know. So based on your category and your combination, the feel of your store, you'll know which regions love shopping with you, Andrew. And with that, you'll be able to decide how you flat rate it if flat rate is the way you want to go. Simply going for the highest flat rate to cover everything isn't the best way, because you could potentially be missing out on, say, 50% of your sales. If you had figured out that actually at $35 flat, I'm quite comfortable that I'm more or less breaking even. So what you could do, and what I did actually, was for the first 100 international sales, just document how much it's costing you. It's as simple as because when you start doing anything, having 100 just gives you a percentage. So if you do 100 and you pick a number and you document 100 shipping minus whatever band discount you're on, if you can get the band 3 discount, do it. Just go to your go to your local post office and say to them, "Can I please get a code for my post at a band 3?" I've been told by other eBay sellers that their local post office has a code. And the reason why you will want to do that is because they will, by linking them to their post office, they get a cut of your lodgement as well. So and also, if you say other eBay sellers will give you a code, if they don't give you the code, you'll go elsewhere for the code. So do that. Then document 100 transactions, international transactions, how much it costs you, how much the buyer paid for flat rate, and then work out if you're broken even or not. And with those numbers, you can then pretty much work out what your break even number is, and then just make every flat rate from that point on that number, and then you're sorted and you don't have to think about it anymore. A lot of words to get to the point of don't think about it anymore. And then from that point on, whenever prices go up, you just adjust it by the percentage that it goes up at, and you'll be sorted. Done. Whew. My words are getting a bit jumbled. Are we going single items and to try and beat it? I did 5 items combined to the UK for 614 on the weekend. It's not a competition. We're merely sharing the wins. I have not had any bolo things this week. All just bread and butter stuff. It's pretty standard. I'll let you guys know when I get a bolo. Jake, midway through rearranging my eBay office, it's like 10 degrees outside and I'm sweating like a pig, regretting. It is what it is. The weather at the moment is kind of neither here nor there. Puppy Dog Diary, hello, welcome. We've done 2 half-an-hour sorts so far, and I reckon we can get 3 more in before the end of the night. I think it's important to look at the item you're selling. Sometimes it does require more protection in post, so charge more. I think what it is we don't want to give advice that causes someone to overthink every little step. At this point in time, it's just a case of, Andrew, do and pick a number that's conservative with a bit of fat, but not like the number not the scaredy cat number. So you know that most of the band 5 people here are saying 20, 25, between around that $30 mark is where we put it at. Don't go to cover everything. It's going to be 50, because we're also telling you 50 isn't that number. So if you want to split the difference, just do 40 and see how you go. And then figure out over 100 transactions whether you're losing money, making money, and so forth. You will find that you're probably going to make a little bit of money. I didn't mean to buy the satchels. Just look at it so you know what size your own satchel. Da, 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 da. Yep. Stay in your own lane. Hello, welcome. Beat this $12 plush plus $45 post to the US. Nice. Bread and butter is what pays the bills. Bowls are just the cream on top. But it's nice to join the conversation and be like, I sold this thing too. And yeah, my business model is very much a grindhouse. It's more volume than it is bolos. I think what it is also is Jen. For those who don't know, Jen, my wife, I think after the first year, she kind of got this. She didn't care for the bolos anymore. She was just like, so what's the number every month? And I think most of us, as much as we enjoy the bolo, we do also want that number so that when especially those of us who have spouses who don't understand reselling, they want that baseline number. Every month it's 10 grand, every month it's 15K, every month it's 20K, right? They want that number. And then I think the bread and butter becomes the one that we want, and the bolo is just because we know that if we go to them and say, I sold this jacket for $500, they'll be like, can you get 10 more? And you're like, yeah, not sure. End of conversation. Or you go to them, oh my gosh, I sold these manga, I sold like a set of books for $1,000, and they'll be like, so is this like an every month thing? Not sure. Do you know how to find more? Not sure. That conversation ends very quickly, and after a while, it gets really depressing. But if you share with them the bread and butter number, the conversation keeps going. They get excited because that's the number that they care about. Yeah. When you hit the GST threshold, international sales make you 9% more too. Yes. Does no one do calculated shipping? Mine's just calculated, and it always covers it and isn't excessive. I don't mind calculate. Okay, so I would do calculated if I had items that were largely varied in for example, like with books, with if I did dresses, I suppose because of the weight varies so much by the item, I would do calculated for sure. And also if the dollars of the item justify the time spent doing calculated. Because I sell Hot Wheels cars, they're all roughly the same footprint anyways. And I know roughly what they all weigh. So I can eyeball it and just multiply it. And so in that sense, flat works for me. It's not because it's the best way. It's the best way for me. Because then when I do combined shipping, I just add percentages on top such that if they buy 10 cars, it just bumps up to the next band. So therefore, if they're buying, If they're buying, say, so for example, if they're buying one item, I make money on the shipping. If they buy two items, I make more money on the shipping because that flat rate already covers it. But once they get to 10 items, I then break even again. So I'm still making money, and I'm making more money the closer they get to the next band, but don't cross it. So that's why I like the flat rate, because it's predictable how it multiplies, and it's less work for me. So if you want to know, I don't even, for my international stuff, unless it's something that is custom boxed, I don't even weigh it. I just know you'll send. And I reckon out of 100 parcels that I ship internationally, I get underpaid postage probably twice. So that kind of tells you that it works. And I like the underpaid postage thing as well. I remember when it first came out, people were like, "Oh no, Australia Post is going to scan things wrong, and they're going to charge me, we can't dispute it." I like the fact that that it perpetuates this laziness to an extent. So I don't have to stress it's not going to ship. They told us it will still ship. We'll just charge you after the fact. And usually when they charge me, I look at the one that they're charging me for, and I go, "Yeah, I had a kind of a feeling that it might have been over." Hands up. How many of you guys actually just rely on the underpaid postage notification to just go send first, deal with it later? I cannot buy anything from the US for less than $46, so don't be afraid to charge around that. Plus, they get a good exchange rate flying Australia. Yes. So Retrorenga uses calculator, always work well for me. For those of you who do calculator, does it work if you 10x your business? So, for example, some people will some people will say, I always clean my inventory, or I always wash the clothing or whatever. But then the moment you say, if it's 5x, 10x the volume, can you keep it up? And then they'll say no. So is it one of those things where you can scale it, or is it like it works now because you're only doing less, but the moment it becomes more, you probably have to rethink it? Or do you have a fast, like efficient way of doing calculated, which is why you do it and you know that you can continue doing it? Let me know. Jonas, hey, you're here. I do Calculator International. Cool. This is my third to the US since putting international shipping on in March. Yep. Mandy does Calculator as well. Didn't realize how easy it was. You're at Jonas. All right. Do or not, there is no try. Flat rate would definitely work better for your situation and niche store, Sean. Yep, that's it. I do flat rate under 525, under 1 kilo 35, over 1 kilo 45 and up. I take a guess and know you win some, lose some. If it's a heavy book, I'll look up the cost for Australia. Yep. How GG does it? Yep. Pretty straightforward. Sold a Tyco scale electric car set for 250 on Facebook Marketplace. Nice. Very cool. Toby, 30 items photograph, hit play on my robot to draft them all for me. QQQ. With clothing, the item is generally under 500 grams, so put it in 500 grams. I don't actually weigh it because it doesn't matter, as it will never be cheaper. Speaking of Hot Wheels, I almost picked up a Daytona 500 Super Speedway track set. Was complete minus the cars, $5 for it. Had no idea what it would sell for. The track sets are hard because so I stopped selling track because they undergo a fair bit of stress because the cars are quite, if you think about the cars going past the track, they're quite heavy. Sometimes when they ship, there's like little fractures in the connector pins, and then when they arrive, the person will use it a few rounds and it'll just snap, and then they'll get annoyed. So because I can't guarantee it's going to last for a long enough period of play that it's detached from me, I don't do it. But I know people who have done really well selling tracks and complete sets and stuff like that. But it's just not something I want to do. I wouldn't bother with calculator, especially for clothing. Sellers already know how much things weigh. I should know keeping it simple. Yeah, so that was my next question I was going to ask you, Liv, because if you already know if the weight isn't the issue and the weight is the biggest variable, why do you do calculator? Because there's like a maximum size you're allowed to send with Australia Post anyways, and it's not like the larger the size, it's not like it's cubed, it's by weight. So why do you do calculator if you already know that it's going to be under 500 grams? It's more of an eyeball rather than measuring, weighing everything. It's worked so far, but I guess it comes. Yep. Okay. I don't know what I use. I just saw my business policy and that it just figures it out. Can't remember. Been ages since I touched that. And that's what we want for Andrew. Set and forget. Set and forget. Change the numbers. Been loving your book bolos. You've been sharing on Insta. Insane that people pay so much for books. Yeah, I still can't wrap my head around book bolos, but I said that already at the start. Since I realized that anything under 500 is under in a small satchel was the same. I just put everything at 500 grams of obviously heavier items. Well, here's something to save you time, Mandy and Liv. Don't have to put the weight anymore. Just do flat. If it's going to be flat, just do flat. But I suppose we've calculated under 500 grams, they will charge the higher rate to the more expensive region. So that's a win, I suppose. You gain, after you weigh a few thousand video games, you gain a freakish knowledge of exactly how heavy 125 grams is. Reminds me of when I used to work at a confectionery store, and you know, you scoop out the nuts and you weigh it on the scale before you sell it, and knowing like how heavy, like how much you'd scoop for 100 gram of nuts, or even things like I remember when I used to be a bank teller, I could pick up a stack of 100 notes and know that there was one missing. I'd be like, this doesn't feel like 100. And I'd counter it. I'm like, yep, it's missing one. The human body is amazing. I weighed maybe 15 items, could already tell when something was going to be over 500 grams. Yep. That's what scared me off as well. I think it was from the late 90s. No fear. That's true about the regions, and then I don't have to think about it. eBay gets me the money, and I don't have to worry about shorting myself. That's good. Cool. And Australia does calculated as well. Sweet. Someone give me a let's go for a new timer. Then I think it will be time for a snack. Take this opportunity to thank you, John, for giving me confidence to take the leap to international and encourage others to do the same and just ask for help. We are a generous bunch. We are indeed. I love this community. I think the Mohawk brought a few good people, and those few good people brought plenty more good people, and as such, we are a bunch of good peoples, and it's been dope. You're all awesome. Skill slide. Paul, I will not say that out loud on the stream, lest we limit monetization and the video gets censored. La, 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 la. Everyone wants to say let's go. All right, let's go. Ding, 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 ding. How we doing? How are we doing? How are we going? Where are we at? So, apart from talking about the scales, everyone's still listening, I'm guessing. Mandy's gone not great. Scrolled Instagram for most of that half hour. Hey, if you need a break, you need a break. It's only 12. We can do another half hour. I'm happy to start a new timer. I need a snack and I'll come back, but I'm good to keep going if you guys are. Dropping the ball tonight. I had wine, so feeling a bit too relaxed. I've listed one. Come on, Matilda. Come on. Come on. I expect better from you. I do. I say that with love. And you know I say that with love. So on Reddit, but my bot is listing for me at least. I'm off. Enjoy the night. I live. All right, give me a let's go, and then we'll somebody give me a keep going, and then we'll keep going. And I'll go get a snack. It's getting cold. Feels weird turning on the heater in October. Good night, Mr. Roberts. Sleep tight. See you, Alex. May you have a prospect-full week ahead. Do our listings show all over the world? I only see US or UK listings. I think they show all over the world. I mean, I sometimes. Oh, actually, no. Hold up. I have seen Japanese listings and I've seen US and UK listings. I have seen Malaysian listings. I think this depends what you're looking for. Maybe the items that you want just aren't listed in the countries that you think they should show up. Maybe. We're all grown-ups. I do not know how to make you work, Matilda. All right. If you want to keep going, give me a keep going in the chat, and then I will keep going. Start a new timer. And go get some food. We extend you grace, Matilda. You got this. Do a solid half hour and then have a good night's sleep. How about that? Don't punish yourself. We all know you work hard. We do. Great conversation topic, this one. In terms of, do you batch versus do you batch? So Toby's going. I used to photo batch, then list batch, but I either miss too many dumb things or be lazy and not tub items away in storage. Photo then list removes all risk and wasted time. I get that. I do. I think if the items are varied, it definitely is a concern. For me, I find so use Hot Wheels for example, right? Hot Wheels is 1/64 scale across it, so therefore you don't have to change that item specific. The moment you got a Matchbox, then you have to change the scale because not some cars are 158, some cars are 168. Because the idea is that with Matchbox, it must fit in the Matchbox size box, and then and then you have other brands as well. So what I find myself doing is I've got a big tub of stuff a big tub of cars next to me, and I'm putting them into smaller tubs that go into the wall. I'm just consciously picking Hot Wheels and just picking the like just all the Fords, and then after that I'm picking all the Hondas, so that as I'm listing there's only like one variation, which is the sorry, two or three. The color, there'll be the year that it was made, and then the range, which is all Wikipedia stuff anyways. So in that sense, the information doesn't really get lost. And it's kind of templated in that sense. With action figures, because there's so much time that goes into them, I think here's what it comes down to: speed. If you have to slow down, you're less likely to make mistakes anyways. So I'll give you an example with Hot Wheels. Because I go so fast with them and it's almost autopilot, I literally don't make mistakes anymore with them, unless I drink. So therefore, if I don't drink, so the issue is not the batch don't match, it's the alcohol. So I've stopped drinking when I'm listing because then I'll make mistakes. But with action figures though, because I'm researching like the wave, the year, which character it was, I'm slowing down anyways, and so because of that, I also don't really make mistakes with the batching, but it is significantly slower. I think the only time the mistakes do happen is when we have multi-quantity with baby clothes because they all look the same to me. But when Jen lists, she doesn't make any mistakes because they look fairly different to her. So yeah, it's a whatever works for you kind of deal, I suppose. When I do it photo list store away in one sitting, item by item, the inertia annoys me so much that I don't want to do it anymore. I get really restless, and so, like I'm just fidgeting, and I'm just not wanting to do it. So, yeah, that's my thing. Like I like to do and then go into a bit of a trance, and then almost have my body tell me, hey, your arms are kind of hurting, you might want to stop doing this, and then I stop. Like you guys saw, if you guys caught my YouTube short on me taking photos for a whole day, I actually did it for a whole day, and my body hurt by the end of it. But that's kind of what I like to do because it makes me feel great, like I've done a lot of work. And then after that, I'll sit here, and this is more or less a smaller version of that. Let's sit and list for 4 hours and have the occasional chat. You know what I mean? But I know what you mean in the sense that you can make mistakes if you batch and if you forget things. So I don't make mistakes in the listing. When I do forget things, so I just don't list it. I'll mark on my folders on the item, just review. So I'll change the name of the folder or an item's review. And then the next day when I go down to the garage, I actually just search in the folders, Windows Explorer, for Mac it's Finder. I just type in the word review, and then all the ones that are review comes up, and then I just go to the tabs and go, all right, because I forget something or I notice something in the photo that I didn't notice when I listed it. So in a sense, then I just, if I need to retake the photo, I retake the photo. If I don't have to and I remember what it is, I list it on the spot. So I think, yeah, as long as it's a process to not make that mistake or at least flag the mistake, that should do it, right? But yeah, drinking is the thing that causes the mistakes. uh a quick note down of what I need to remember, and it's fine. I used the photo and then list, and it was so slow. Yeah, Mandy, you're like me. I think you just want to do one thing. I can't list from photos because I need to nearly always barcode scan the actual thing. Yeah, technology stuff. Uh, when I do list books, which is very rarely, and DVDs in the past, I do it all on the spot, photo and list, and move on. Cool to know. I do TEMS on process to ascertain what works best for me, time and motion study, and that way I figure out what's quickest, inclusive of following up with errors. Yep. I would say though, the one thing I haven't tried is a bigger space. So you've seen my photo station. It's just a small study table. Once you've got stuff on one side, once you've got items on one side to photograph, like a tub of cars, and then you've got the tub that it goes into. There really is no space for anything else on that desk. I do wonder if I had a bigger desk, like even this computer desk here, which is bigger than what I have downstairs, whether if I had a place to put a laptop, I would consider doing it. I've never tried that because if I put the laptop there and start working on it, it does feel claustrophobic already. I should test it. This is a great video idea. I'll test it and get back to you. Give me like a couple of months. I'll get back to you and note observations. Because it would be nice to have a done and dusted approach where whatever you touch, you process, it's done. But at the same time, I like having this huge amount of photos sitting here, and if I don't go and take photos, I can still list whenever. I like having that backup. I think that's how it came about, because that's how it started. Not because it's quicker. That's the quicker wasn't the starting point. The starting point was um, because photos happen in the garage and I'm working in the house at night. I needed the photos to work in the house because I couldn't photograph in the house. And I didn't want to have to take stuff up here and photograph and then carry it back downstairs again, because that felt like a great way to lose items. You bring shelves up and down, tubs up and down. Things might fall out. Things might get. I've got kids. That's right. I've got kids, and kids touch things. And so if I bring things upstairs, I bring it back downstairs, and I'm not aware that the kids have nicked the toy, and I discover it 6 months later, they won't even remember that they've touched it. So I think for all those reasons, it became a case of photograph first, list later, so that the items remain in the garage and never ever make it into the house. Yeah, I remember having this conversation with Jen now, and then I think that just became my process, and I realized that I could ramp up the speed doing it in a like batch sort of way. Take 1,000 photos in a sitting, 2,000 photos in one sitting. I think at one point it became 5,000 photos in one sitting until my hands got numb. And then list at night. But yeah, I haven't actually done everything in one go. Yeah, I'll try it. Thanks for the further insight. Even if it's like a tablet with the app. I will best if photo around 10 I 10, then list them straight away. Then the details of the garment sticks in my brain. Yeah, you've got I think that's it, right? You've got a lot more details with stuff that, because like a Hot Wheels car, all the information's there. See, literally all there. And then whatever information that isn't there, you just put it into Google, and then the wiki page gives you the rest of it. So there isn't much to retain. But I guess with clothing, there is more to retain. Yeah. Cool. Great question, Topes. Great question. Shall we keep going? Somebody give me a hell yeah. Oop, not yet. So I have a form that I upload all details two in the spreadsheet, title, location, condition. Then from the spreadsheet, I can list them to eBay. Okay, talk. Sorry, Matilda. This is interesting. Talk me through that process. Oh, good night, Andrew. Mandy Jones. Mandy, hell yeah, baby. Pia is your Google Drive chocks. Not pretty good. I don't use Google Drive though. Most of it is I have Google Drive, but most of it is stored locally because I just list them anyways and it cycles through. So Toby, what's the okay? I've never done the spreadsheet thing. So talk me through that process. How does it take your photographs and put it into the listing, or is it a case where the spreadsheet creates the drafts, but you'd have to go into each one to attach your photos? What's I don't know. What's the chicken and what's the egg? I need to speak to Jonas bulk listing. All right. Jonas, Toby, you need to teach me how to do bulk listing. From there, I do comps on the spreadsheet, improvements on the listing. Pia, wouldn't you just delete the photos after you've listed the item? Why would you keep them in your drive? Okay, MX forms, upload my photos to OneDrive. The spreadsheet is just a 365 Excel spreadsheet. After fine-tuning, I hit play on the script I've built, and it just takes over my mouse and updates relevant styles platforms. Ooh. So no, so you're not bulk listing, you're doing something different than bulk listing. Yeah, Mandy, I'm the same. I delete once it's listed as well. I don't keep it anymore. You know, some days I really wish I could speak robot. If I could speak robot, things would be more automatic in my life. when Captain Opshop and when Captain Opshop and Resell Excel meet, I reckon it'll be one of those, Pokemon battles where they just throw like Excel formulas at each other to one up and win whatever it is they're trying to win. And then we will watch the fight and have no idea what's going on because none of us understand what's happening. And Paul Laurie will adjudicate because he gets what's happening. Care to explain Power Apps? Would you like to explain Power Apps to the rest of us? Jonas, is Jonas still here? Power Apps is kind of like an app builder that is created with a Microsoft tool. Got it. Got it. Hey, Jane's here. Hello. Got it. All right, I'll start a timer for real. Then we'll call it a night after this. I love these sessions. Always something to think about. And for me, it's technology related things. think this concludes our night. How are we all feeling? Matilda and Paul remove some spam messages. If we're getting spam messages, does that mean that our little session is no longer a little session anymore? Being targeted for malicious content, but then people wanting to profit from our little thing. I'm gonna finish this listing and then call it a night. Bye, Anthony. Jody saying one more book and I've done my box of things to list. Wow, well done. And knowing you, Jody, you don't what's the word? I get the feeling you don't just get a small box. You get a proper box because you want to feel like you've done proper work. So I get the feeling you're feeling very fulfilled tonight. Am I right? Am I right? Or am I right? Awesome, Paul. No worries, Jody. We're always glad when you do get to join us. Gross stories. Oh man, I remember there was a girl I liked that would always tell me about when we hung out. She'd tell me all these medical stories, and there was one she was so happy that she finally got to cut gangrene out of her foot, and she was telling me that over dinner. That was interesting. So whenever I meet a doctor who's married to a doctor, I look at them and I go, "It's because you get to share these stories over dinner, and no one gets grossed out." All right, guys, I'm gonna hit the bit. Night. Thanks for an awesome session, everybody. Hope you all found it as productive as I did. See you guys on Friday. And once again, Matilda, Puppy Dog Diary, thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your support very, very much. Whoa, Jody is at 1,300 listings. Amazing. Great effort, Jody. Great effort. You should be proud of yourself. You've made a big push.